Halo, halo, dobry wieczór. Uwaga, chociaż tworząc grę posiłkowaliśmy się autentyczną wiedzą medyczną z 1918 roku, przy opracowywaniu teorii naukowych i istot nadprzyrodzonych pozwoliliśmy sobie na puszczenie wodzy fantazji. Lepiej nie próbujcie leczyć żadnych chorób, używając metod zaprezentowanych w grze. Zapewniamy, że podczas tworzenia gry nie ucierpiał żaden szczur. Bardzo mnie to cieszy. To byłaby tragedia, jakby jakiś szczur ucierpiał. Cześć Ekwinokcja. Dobry wieczór. Słyszałaś? Masz nie stosować żadnych metod leczniczych z tej gry. Ludzie to może ucierpieli psychicznie. Wampyr, każde twoje działanie ma konsekwencje. Gra używa funkcji autozapisu. Za każdym razem, kiedy na ekranie pojawia się ten symbol, gra jest automatycznie zapisywana. Nie wyłączaj gry, kiedy widzisz tę ikonę. Weź odpowiedzialność za swoje czyny. Brzmi groźnie. Krucyfiks przygotowałaś? Czosnek? Bo jak nie, to musisz niestety sobie pójść. Tutaj wpuszczamy tylko z krucyfiksem i czosnkiem. Przechwyciło w ogóle grę? Przechwyciło, dobra. Jakby gra była za głośno, to mów. Albo za cicho. Chociaż powinna być raczej za głośno. Ile razy jeszcze ten Enter mam wcisnąć? Dobra, szybkie tylko spojrzenie tutaj. Widoczność interfejsu walki. Dobra. Rozdzielczość, synchronizacja, pełny ekran. OK. Ultra. Nie wiem, to samo tak ustawiło, tak wysoko? Naprawdę? Ja wolę chyba FX-a niż TX-a. Dobra, zobaczymy jak tak będzie wyglądało. Jasność może być. Dźwięk, głos, główna muzyka 8. Efekty, dobra. Co to tak w ogóle jakieś dziwnie się kiwa? A muzyka jest dobra, kurde. Podoba mi się od samego początku. Przypomnienie włączone, wibracje wyłączone. Czułość myszy zobaczymy. Autonamierzanie zobaczymy. Układ przycisków, nie to. Klawiszy. Bieg, zrób unik, co spacja, idź. Kół, chłodzenie, włącz. Zablokuj cel. Następny cel, poprzedni cel. Ugryzienie wampira F. Strzelaj prawym? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, dobra. Użyj pierwszego przedmiotu, użyj drugiego przedmiotu. Ależ dziwna klawiszologia. Zmysły V, menu postaci tab, menu mieszkańców, menu mapy. O, mapę to sobie. Co jest, kurde? Nie mogę przypisać klawiszu z myszki? Dobra, mapa tutaj, menu misji O, inwentarz pod V. Dobra, potwierdź. Zmysły pod... Co tu jest napisane? Dobra. Hipnotyzuj. Medyczne R. Dobra. To wszystko pewnie jeszcze będzie mi podpowiadało. Te najważniejsze już znam. Zmysły to... Zrób unik. Zablokuj cel. Kontrol. Dobra, może będzie ok. Język polski, wielkość napisów średni, imię rozmówcy wyłączone. No. Może być. To co, to zaczynamy. Wieczór z wampirem. Pamiętam, kiedyś był taki program w telewizji z Jagielskim. Wieczór z wampirem. Fajny w sumie był, podobał mi się. To było dawno temu. No, to lecimy. Pasy zapiąć. Szalik ubrać. Żeby żaden wampir nie ugryzł. I nasłuchiwać syczenia. O, jeszcze tryb. O kurde. Tryb fabularny. Zagraj w łatwą wersję wampyra. Spora część doświadczeń z rozgrywki została usunięta, ale możesz cieszyć się fabułą i mniejszym zagrożeniem. Walka jest łatwa. Brak nagrody za ukończenie gry bez zabijania obywateli. Rozwój postaci jest szybszy, jeśli zabijasz obywateli, a poziom trudności walki zależy od ilości zabitych obywateli. Twoje wampirze moce są powiązane z postaciami, których krew wypijesz. Trudniej jest trafić i zabić wroga. Punkty doświadczenia uzyskane za zabicie wroga w walce są zredukowane. Nie, zagram normalnie. Nie będę kombinował.
Dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending? Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Czyli ja zostałem uznany za zmarłego, tak? I wrzucili mnie do grobu. A jako, że jestem wampirem, to wstałem? O to chodzi? Jakieś ścinki. Coś ścina? Znaczy, co się dzieje? Buforuje ci stream, czy na streamie są jakieś ścinki? Bo jak nagrywałem testowo, to dobrze wszystko śmigało. Ścina normalnie. Czekaj, włączę drugi monitor, zobaczę na podglądzie. Powinno być dobrze. Ale stream zatrzymuje, tak?
A moment, let me explain.
Wiesz co, Ekwinokcja, na podglądzie wszystko jest dobrze. Płynnie. Więc nie wiem, co się dzieje.
These patrols are after me. No, no, don't shoot. This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here.
Ale dziwne sterowanie.
This can't be happening.
Biega jak na kiju.
No, please, stop. I mean you no harm.
Nie, chyba za szybka ta myszka, gdzie to jest.
What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Has it fled? Shit, where'd it go? Now, I can defend myself. Kill the thing! Over there! Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Tylko właśnie pytanie, czy ścięło, wiesz, stream jako stream, czy ścięło internet. What? Dziwna ta walka. W ogóle jakieś takie to sterowanie dziwaczne. Te animacje.
No, please, stop! Who are you? No! What do you want? I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me.
No może, bo ja też nie mam zgubionych klatek.
It feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go!
Co? Czym on strzela? Jakby się takie coś powtarzało, to mów, no. Może faktycznie coś ścina.
I need to find shelter.
A teraz ścięło akurat, było taki przeskok lekki. Chyba doładowywało.
Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here. sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
O co tutaj chodzi? Co, on się nagle obudził gdzieś w losowym miejscu? Nie wie, gdzie jest? A skąd tam jego siostra była w ogóle? Dlaczego on tam w tym grobie leżał? Cześć, Sumik. Dobry wieczór. Butelka alkoholu. Przyda się. Jak się automagicznie otwierają te szuflady. Nowy przedmiot do ogień i słońce. Kurde. Pijawki nie lękają się słońca i nie stają w płomieniach, ani nie obracają w proch, gdy przyłapie je światło dnia. Zadaje im jednak prawdziwy ból. A pijawki w sensie wampiry, tak? Osobiście przykułem wampira do drzewa, żeby sprawdzić, co się stanie, gdy wzejdzie słońce. W ciągu kilku minut jego skóra poczerniała, jakby płonęła od środka. Jego oczy i ciało topiły się, obnażając rozpaczliwy ruch grzesznych kości bestii, która przez cały dzień usiłowała uciec. Na koniec zostały tylko wysuszone zwłoki, zaczęły się jednak mozolnie odradzać, kiedy tylko słońce zniknęło za horyzontem. Odciąłem mu głowę, żeby ostatecznie go zniszczyć. Później przeprowadziłem podobną próbę, lecz z ogniem i przebrzydła pijawka już nigdy nie powstała z prochów. Niech naszą bronią będzie ogień, bracia. Palenie tych bestii pozwoli nam pozbyć się ich na dobre. Fragment Poznaj swego wroga autorstwa Karla Eldrichta, przywódcy stróżów Priven. No, piątek jak piątek. No proszę, ile tutaj zakładek różnych. Amunicja, serum, broń, moduły, kuracje, śmieci. Przedmioty związane z... To po co mi te śmieci? Jakieś moce będziemy mieli. Może jak w Skyrimie. No proszę. Rzekłbym, że całkiem spora mapa. Jakieś całe miasto w sumie. Poziom hipnotyzmu. Stabilny, zdrowy, odkażony. Coś tu jeszcze ciekawego? Nie no, bo wiesz, trochę tak zabawnie, że mam przegródkę śmieci. Po co ja je zbieram? Do czego one są przydatne? Coś będę mógł z nich pewnie robić, nie? A jeśli nie, no to... No nie wiem, zobaczymy.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
Złote pierścionki w śmieciach. No, to trzeba mieć duże szczęście. Ja miałem jakiś zmysł chyba, nie? Coś mogłem... A, to jest mapa. Ja chyba jeszcze nie mam tego zmysłu.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
Ale dziwacznie biega naprawdę. Jakby połknął miotłę. I co, tu już chyba nic więcej nie ma.
I had better remain here until nightfall.
Okej. Tylko co ja tu będę robił? Nie wiem, mogę się gdzieś tu przespać? Od srebrnych? A tam schowa się do szmatki i będzie. Tu jest łóżko. O, tu jakiś coś. Notesik. Pamiętnik, kurde. No, trochę sprzątnąć, nie? Zwłoki do kąta i będzie. Co za pamiętnik? 15 października. Zła noc. Becky przez cały czas kaszlała, a z powodu gorączki miała omamy. Rano usłyszałam głośny hałas. Paru mężczyzn przyniosło nad brzeg potężną maszynę, żeby wykopać dziurę. Wyglądało jak jakaś mechaniczna łopata. Może mogłabym znaleźć tam pracę? Becky potrzebuje lekarstw. O rany. Ja rozmawiałem z ludźmi od mechanicznej łopaty. Powiedzieli, że wykopują zbiorowe mogiły w całym Londynie. Ponoć w celach bezpieczeństwa. Czyżby wybuchła kolejna epidemia? Czy grypa powraca? No tak, kurde, która to już gra, gdzie jest jakaś kwarantanna, pandemia? Co jest grane? Nie mieli dla mnie pracy. Becky mało dzisiaj spała. Odlewnia została zamknięta i w okolicy nie ma już gdzie pracować. 19 października udałem się do Londynu po jedzenie i lekarstwa. Pociągi nie chodziły, cały dzień zajęło mi przekroczenie Tamizy i powrót. Becky wyglądała nieco lepiej, zjadła zupę, którą dla niej ugotowałem. Nie znalazłem lekarstw, jedynie kilka strzykawek, bla, bla, bla. Nie mam już pieniędzy. Boję się zostawić ukochaną żonę samą na tak długo. Co to jest? Mężczyźni od mechanicznej łopaty przerwali kopanie zbiorowej mogiły. Zeszłej nocy słyszałem krzyki, jakby zostali zaatakowani. Teraz pojawiają się tu tylko łodzie, które w dzień i w nocy wyrzucają ciała do dziury. Strasznie śmierdzi. Powinniśmy byli opuścić dom tydzień temu, ale Becky nie chce. Nie chce wyjechać. Prędzej umrę, mówi z paskudnym uśmieszkiem. Dlaczego tak mnie dręczy? 22 października Becky mnie zaatakowała. Skoczyła na mnie ze schodów i próbowała mnie ugryźć. Musiałem ją uderzyć, a ona nie pozostała mi dłużna. Wbiegłem po schodach do sypialni i zamknąłem się na klucz. Teraz słyszę, jak płacze i mamrocze na dole. Wyciągnąłem pistolet, który od wojny trzymałem w schowku w suficie do obrony domu. Teraz jestem gotów użyć go, żeby obronić się przed własną żoną. Co się stało? What? Czemu się nagle włączyło? Nie zmrużyłem oka. Becky przez całą noc drapała drzwi, prosząc o pomoc, błagając, bym ją wpuścił. Byłem jednak zbyt przestraszony, żeby otworzyć. Teraz czekam już tylko, aż umrze. To nie potrwa długo. Modlę się już o jak najszybszy koniec. A co jej się stało? Becky siedziała w fotelu przy kominku, dyszała jak pies i obserwowała każdy mój krok, nie wykonując przy tym żadnego ruchu. Wymierzyłem pistolet w jej zbolałą twarz, lecz nie zareagowała, a ja nie potrafiłem pociągnąć za spust. Wróciłem do pokoju. W domu jest cicho jak w grobie, żadnych hałasów, Becky nie żyje. Wybacz, najdroższa, że nie zdołałem cię ocalić. Wkrótce do ciebie dołączę. Co to jest, jakaś zaraza, tak? Jakieś opętanie? W wampira się zamieniła? Dlaczego chciała go ugryźć? I tak spać tutaj, koło trupa?
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it.
No to dobry początek gry.
Rational thinking only.
No, game over. Dziękujemy za granie.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real. Madness it is. As mad as the moon. Obtains blinding sunlight into a glowing flesh.
Łóżka w kryjówce pozwalają ci odpocząć i ewoluować. Szkoda, że w rzeczywistości tak nie jest. Użyj punktów doświadczenia, aby podnieść poziom i ulepszyć swoje umiejętności wampira. Aby rozpocząć, wybierz dostępną umiejętność autofagia. Tracisz punkty krwi, by natychmiast uleczyć normalne i wzmocnienie obrażenia. A i wzmocnione obrażenie. Ale jak? Co tu jeszcze jest? Zatrzymasz krew płynącą w żyłach wybranego przeciwnika, czyniąc go bezbronnym. Kurde. Ciskasz włócznię stworzoną z krwi. Co? Jak to wygląda? Koncentrujesz całą swą moc, by zagotować krew wybranego przeciwnika. Tak gwałtownie wybucha, zadając obrażenia zarówno jemu, jak i każdemu, kto stoi obok. No, to krwawy kocioł. To może być dobre. Wymaga 10 poziomu. Dobra, autofagia. O, tu jeszcze dalej coś jest. No. Tak to działa. Pazury. Uderzenie bliskiego zasięgu. No spróbujemy. Mogę to kupić? 1000. Akurat. Dobra.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Ustal tożsamość wampira. Czyli 1 to jest leczenie, 2 to jest pazury. Ktoś się tuczy.
Where is it? Just closed.
Spieprzamy stąd.
Here's the leech. Here!
O proszę, to ja tak potrafię.
My head's spinning.
A mogę to sam jakoś robić, czy to tylko w określonych miejscach?
It's locked, all right.
Używany kołek.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Wymazów może nie będzie, ale będzie na pewno upuszczanie krwi. Ogłuszony przeciwnik może zostać ugryziony. Wybierz F, aby ugryźć. Gryząc wroga zdobywasz krew, ale pozwala ci korzystać z umiejętności i uzupełnić pasek zdrowia. Ale muszę ich gryźć?
A strength I never knew I had.
It's dead, all right. Look at it! Vicious bugger!
Czemu to nie działa? Ale dziwna ta walka. Czemu to samo tak przeskakuje? Zabito cię. No kiepsko mi poszło. Czyli co, muszę cały czas dwójkę wciskać, żeby to zrobić? Trochę to będzie niewygodne, kurde.
This one stinks already. Leech spotted! Watch out!
Jak to w ogóle... Czemu to tak samo przeskakuje? Co jest, kurde? To już wiem, o co chodziło tutaj z tym ustawieniem. Autonamierzanie. Mam flashbacki z Alicji. O, to było dobre. Czyli co?
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is a fire.
Czyli tak to działa, tak? Dobra. O,
Strength.
kwestia wyczucia.
Reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Damy radę. Ciekawe, czy w tych beczkach coś jest w ogóle. Się rozpadają na wszystkie możliwe kawałki. Status dzielnicy stabilny. Wstąp do armii. Król i kraj cię potrzebują. Nie, dzięki.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Mogę szczura zjeść?
This is despicable.
Szczurek.
I have this thirst for blood.
No i nieźle to wygląda. Mrocznie tutaj. Ciekawe jak na tych uliczkach tam będzie. Mogę tu jakoś przejść? Aha, mogę zrobić ten taki skok.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
O, jest ten zmysł. Tylko co on mi daje? Nie, może będę lepiej widział ludzi. Szczurki.
I can't believe I'm doing this. What will London have to say to me? I've so many questions unanswered. Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
Naprawdę ten guzik. Że ta wielkość tego napisu to jest jakaś, nie wiem. Trzeba by mieć lupkę. Jaki guzik tam jest. Na szczęście wiem, który ustawiłem.
Blood. The smell is so strong.
Aha, czyli te zmysły dają mi po prostu widok krwi. I pewnie ludzi przez ściany będę widział. Na podstawie tego, że mają krew. No. Pamiętam jak w Wiedźminie te rozmówki w dodatku z wampirem, jak opowiadał, jak to jest mieć pragnienie krwi, jakie to jest potężne uczucie.
Where has everyone gone?
Jakoś tam mogę wejść? A to szczurek, no właśnie. Dawaj szczurka. Dobra, tu dalej jest... W tej dzielnicy dostępna jest nowa kryjówka. To co, ja cały czas się będę musiał ukrywać? W miejsce, w którym można bezpiecznie spać i tworzyć. Zobaczymy tą kryjówkę najpierw. Tylko jak ja tam mam wejść?
There is no one in sight.
To jest ta kryjówka? Aha. No i dobra. Co tu mam ciekawego? Lekarstwa. Serum i surowice ulepszenia broni. Środek na zmęczenie. Chinina, winian, żelaza, roztwór podchlorynu sodu. Skąd ja to mam wziąć? Może uleczyć sepsę, anemię. Sporo tego. Przetwórz. Sprężyna, śrubka, smar. O proszę. Można przetworzyć butelkę alkoholu. Dobra, to nam się przyda. W sumie to też. Po co mi zegarek? Fragment zwyczajnego spustu? Dobra, nie będziemy spać, tylko pójdziemy za tym zabójcą.
That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant.
Jakość krwi.
At last, a little life.
Co muszę zrobić, żeby poznać jakość krwi? Muszę się napić?
Whoever he may be, the killer recently entered this bar. Maybe some of the locals saw him.
He didn't deserve this. Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
Co to za przybytek?
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Zawsze macie otwarte w nocy?
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
No nie. Pewnie będziemy musieli łazić po jakichś kanałach i szukać psa.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Czyli co, jest Hiszpanka, okej, to wszystko jasne. Z nimi można? To z każdym pogadam.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
No, albo zwiał przez okno.
I think drink no longer stirs me.
Ktoś tu jeszcze jest?
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area,
They do not pursue me.
but they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself. I need a word. Anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Jakość krwi 6000 PD.
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire, like you.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I'll end him.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Chyba nie do końca poszło to tak, jak chciałem. Mogę jeszcze raz?
Can I have some privacy, please?
Ech.
As far away from this place as I can.
Co to znaczy, że jakoś ich krwi?
Is not my attacker. It means somebody else came here tonight.
Stupid or something.
Że
Someone must know something.
jak ugryzę kogoś, to dostanę tyle doświadczenia? Czy jak to działa?
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. But my God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin, his hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well, Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Udało ci się odkryć wskazówkę. Ujawnia ona tajemnicę o którymś z mieszkańców lub jego bliskich. Pasek jakości krwi pokazuje, ile punktów doświadczenia otrzymasz, żerując na mieszkańcu. Odblokowane wskazówki zwiększają liczbę punktów. No ale jak żerujesz? Jak to działa? Muszę przyjść i go dziabnąć? No bo gdzie ja mam taką opcję, żeby kogoś ugryźć? Odpocznie, by ewoluować. Mam wrażenie, że... A nie, dobra.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William, just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah, like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
Zbadaj łódź.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
There's gotta be something keeping trying to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me? To this city?
Jest tam jakaś krew.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. What's this? Some sort of note.
Liczne zgony w regionie doków. Sądzimy, że jest w nie zamieszana jakaś paskudna pijawka. Według ostatnich doniesień to bardzo brutalny wampir. Podchodźcie do niego z wielką ostrożnością. Wiem, że brakuje nam tu ludzi, ale nie angażujcie w poszukiwania żółtodziobów. Zniszczcie pijawkę, bracia.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
A można się tu skradać? Chyba nie bardzo. Da się jakoś chodzić? Q? A, B, dobra. Odporności. Czyli ten jest odporny na atak wręcz i na atak dystansowy.
No time I can remember. But I've only been part of the guard 3 weeks to the day.
All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've got one job. Over there! One of them vermin! He's dead!
Nom 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 nom. Jaka broń dystansowa? Jak mogę ją wybrać? Jak mogę z tego pistoletu strzelać? Mam to przenieść tutaj? No nie, nie rozumiem. Mam ten pistolet, ale nie mogę go użyć. Proszę, proszę, można ulepszać maczetę. No, może dlatego, że nie mam naboju. Dobra. To by wiele wyjaśniało.
Did you over there? I like their screams when you burn them alive. It's a leech! Kill it! Burn it up! Watch it! It's a... Over there!
O, nabój. No i dobra, jak mogę użyć tej... Fragment nowej wojny. Jak walczyć z wampirami. Małe mobilne patrole, działania opierające się na nowych technologiach, nowoczesne formy komunikacji.
Over there!
Szkoda, że nie ma czegoś takiego wypij do końca. Taki ostateczny cios.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
As one, we shall overcome this. We've done it before. No. I had a drink outside tonight already and it did not quench.
O, siekierka. Używana kosa. Załóż broń dwuręczną i wybierz, aby użyć, prawda?
Not again. William, please stop. Just the same, I promise. Dearest friend, you're my dearest friend.
Jak mogę zmienić tą broń, kurde? Następna broń biała. No, wciskam to Z i nic się nie zmienia.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Oh my God, William. I can't stand it anymore.
Co tu się działo?
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
To jest ten William Bishop. Nie wiem, jak mam użyć tej broni dwuręcznej. Używana pałka. Czy ja to mam gdzieś po prostu zmienić? O, tutaj właśnie. Przypisy. Aha. Dobra. I tutaj nie, tutaj mogę. Pistolet. Czyli co, pistolet nie może być bronią główną?
William, please.
A jakieś celowanie czy coś? Mech.
Let me go. William, was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me. This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Cała kupa takich monet 5 szylingów. Okej. Musiały być jakieś drobne grosiki. Nie wiem, czy jest w ogóle sens rozwalać te rzeczy. To nieźle tych ludzi tu nałapał. Straszne. Ale co ja tutaj mam szukać? Przecież tu nic nie ma. Chyba że tutaj jakoś... Czy to już wszystko? To miałem tylko tą krew znaleźć? A, okej. A skąd on się tu wziął w ogóle? Podobnym stateczkiem pływałem w Red Dead Redemption. Też taki silniczek miał.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
No i dobra. Dalej nie rozumiem, jak mogę na nich żerować, kiedy, ale to się pewnie wyjaśni. Co się dzieje?
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seeds of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Co się dzieje? Muszę...
Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Aha, czyli to teraz jestem głodny, tak? Czuję pragnienie krwi, w sensie...
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Aby napić się krwi ofiary, musisz ją najpierw zahipnotyzować i zabrać w ustronne miejsce. Twój poziom hipnotyzmu musi być co najmniej równy poziomowi odporności mieszkańca. Aby zahipnotyzować Kleja, wciśnij Q. No dobra, ale co się stanie, jak się napije? On umrze? No nie wiem, to jest tutorial w sumie, to spróbujemy, co nam szkodzi.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Podążaj czerwonym tropem. Jeśli postanowisz zabić go przez wyssanie, jego krew znacząco podniesie liczbę posiadanych przez ciebie punktów doświadczenia. Musisz się jednak liczyć z konsekwencjami tego czynu. Uznawaj mieszkańców, zbieraj wskazówki, aby zdobyć jak najwięcej doświadczenia. W sumie to nie ma co go jeszcze zabijać, nie? Bez sensu tak. Jak już lepiej chyba będzie później go wypić. Jak się pozbiera wskazówki.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
No i co, nie mogę mu pomóc? Już jest zdrowy, tak? Już... Aha. Tak sobie siadł i siedzi. No dobra.
What happened? Whoa, I feel...
Czyli już nie mogę go zaprowadzić. Już nie jest ranny. Okej. Sprężyna. Szybki sposób leczenia. Wystarczy zahipnotyzować.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Co to było? Ciekawe, jak mnie to pragnienie będzie męczyć. Jakieś będę miał bonusy, znaczy te ujemne bonusy? Jakieś negatywne wskaźniki, czy co? Przydałoby się odpocząć w ogóle. Już mam trochę doświadczenia. Kurde, jak klatki spadają tutaj. Może by coś obniżyć. Jak tutaj w ogóle to jest? Taka sobie gierka, a w sumie klatki spadają. No, nie ma różnicy w sumie. Niezależnie od ustawień jest to samo. Trudno.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
2000.
I would like to ask a few questions first. If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Dobra, idziemy zobaczyć pokój.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon.
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Niewłaściwy cel, nowe śledztwo, co?
Who Miss Howcroft. I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Tak naprawdę to w ogóle nie chciałem z nią gadać, chciałem ten plakat zobaczyć, no ale dobra. Nie kaszl w miejscu publicznym, zapobiegaj chorobie. Bezmyślne odpluwanie, kichanie czy kaszel pomagają grypie się rozprzestrzeniać. Roznosi się ona przez kropelki, które wylatują z nosa i gardła. Nie kaszl w miejscu publicznym. Słyszycie? No, może najpierw do tego gabinetu pójdę. W lewo i później gdzie? Czyli w lewo, tak? Lala. Używana piłka chirurgiczna. Mam jakąś wskazówkę o kimś, kogo jeszcze nawet nie znam. Chyba że nie kojarzę.
It's locked. This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Kurde, spodziewałem się, że to będzie taki gabinecik jak ten obok tutaj. A to wygląda jak mieszkanie. Kurde. Drogi Jonathanie, poprosiłem siostrę Crane, żeby przygotowała dla ciebie gabinet na pierwszym piętrze. Wybacz surowy wystrój, ale szpitalowi Pembroke daleko do 5-gwiazdkowego hotelu. Przykro mi, że sam musisz się w nim rozgościć, ale potrzebuję chwili snu, zanim wrócę do pracy. Wszak jestem jedynie śmiertelnikiem. Nakazałem personelowi, żeby pozwalał ci odpoczywać i nigdy nie wchodził do twojego pokoju. Pozwoli ci zasypiać w ciągu dnia i pracować w nocy, nie budząc niczyich podejrzeń. Obawiam się, że panuje tu nieporządek, ale przynajmniej będziesz mógł we własnym tempie prowadzić swoje eksperymenty. W gabinecie znajduje się otwierane okno, a pod nim rusztowanie. W ten sposób wejdziesz do szpitala i opuścisz jego mury, nie zwracając niczyjej uwagi. Proszę, proszę, jakie kurde udogodnienia. Wyobrażam sobie, jakie to wszystko musi być dla ciebie nowe i trudne. Uwierz mi, badam twój gatunek wystarczająco długo, by zrozumieć, z czym się obecnie mierzysz. Zapewniam, że zrobię co w mojej mocy, by ci pomóc przejść przez tę mękę. Nie jesteś sam. Oby nasza przyszła współpraca dała wspaniałe rezultaty. Witaj w Pembroke, mój szacowny kolego. Wkrótce porozmawiamy. Z poważaniem Edgar Griffith Swansea. P.E. Zostawiłem Ci kopię notatek z tego, co przez ostatnie kilka lat ustaliłem na temat ekonów. Przeczytaj je, jeśli potrzebujesz przewodnika, tylko nie wykorzystuj ich przeciwko mnie. Jakich ekonów? Co to są ekony? Wampiry?
The flower's dying. It needs water.
No tak, ekony to wampiry. Nadnaturalna prędkość, mesmeryzm, świadomość krwi. Pewien wampir wyznał mi, że krew o szczególnie intensywnym, atrakcyjnym zapachu potrafi go nawet oślepić. Skupiony wampir nieomal widzi ją wokół siebie, w ciepłych ciałach, przez ściany na pozornie czystej broni itd. Co więcej, ten sam wampir twierdził, że potrafi zobaczyć, czy krew śmiertelnika jest czysta, czy zakażona. I że w niektórych przypadkach potrafi wyczuć choroby, zainfekowane ubrania albo przedmioty w pokoju. No dobra. Co? Jaka słodka córcia. To miał być jakiś dialog, który się nie puścił? Czy kto to powiedział? Dobra, co ja tu mogę stworzyć? Do zbadania próbka krwi. Mogę tu jakieś ulepszenie teraz zrobić? Nie mam obywanej płytki. Nie mam fragmentu. Łagodne serum regeneracyjne. Natychmiast przywraca 300 punktów zdrowia.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Nie ma tu gdzieś wody? Żeby poddać? Dobra, odpoczywamy. Kupa punktów do wydania. Co by tu kupić? 1285 punktów. Może ugryzienie poprawimy. Może zrobimy tak, kupię te wszystkie 4 ulepszenia. Do 1200 punktów. Zdrowie. Wytrzymałość. Wydajność krwi. I straszliwe pragnienie. To nam przyspieszy różne inne rzeczy. I wzmocni trochę.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Dobra, muszę zrobić chwilkę przerwy. Parę minut i wracam. Okej, jestem. O balbinkę się obawiasz? Z takiej balbinki co to tam będzie? Kieliszek? Może nawet nie. Nawet szkoda marnować balbinkę. Tak więc spokojnie. Dobra, sprawdź, kto przyszedł. Kto mi tu hałasuje po nocy?
Come on, I don't have all night.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Nie ma to jak kostnica. Co oznacza ta piątka tam po lewej na górze? To jest mój poziom? Poziom 5, tak. A jak ten hipnotyzm zwiększyć? Pewnie poprzez hipnotyzowanie, nie? Będę musiał kogoś zahipnotyzować. Gdzie jest to okienko i rusztowanie? Gdzieś tu podobno było. To tutaj nie. Nie ma okienka, nie ma rusztowania, co jest?
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Czego odgłosy? Skalów? Co to jest? Kurde, tak ławkę po prostu przeszedłem. O kurde. Trochę to mocne, kurde. To jego nie mogę wypić, czy jak? A mogę, dobrze. Om nom nom. Rozcieńczona krzepka krew. No to rozcieńczona czy krzepka? Nie, to są ci zarażeni, czy kto to był? Czemu oni mnie gryzą? To są wampiry? Jakieś zdziczałe? O, ołowiana płytka. Przyda się do ulepszenia. Coś tam wydaje takie dźwięki jak w amnezji. Czy teraz wyszedłem? Kurde, nie chciałem wychodzić. Halo? Żyje to, czy... No serio? To będzie tyle trwało za każdym razem? Co jest z tą grą? Halo? Masakra, i pomyśleć, że ja mam na to grę na SSD. Coś tu chyba jest nie tak. To chyba nie powinno tyle trwać. Aha, czyli tu mam znaczniki, to na górze, to na dole. Tam się wychodzi, tutaj byłem, tu byłem, dobra.
It's locked, all right.
Czyli jeszcze muszę klucz.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
No i dobra. Klucz mamy. Teraz te składniki. 20-15 metrów. O. Kurde. Jakoś można to zablokować, co on robi? No. A on wszystko odbija, a ja nie mogę? Przydałoby się jakieś parowanie, czy jakaś kontra.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Dobra, no co? Zostało zejście do piwnicy. A co to było? Nie zdążyłem popatrzeć. Akurat patrzyłem na cele.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Ta pałka nie jest za dobra. Chyba lepsza była ta maczeta. No, przesuńcie się. Kurde, z tym lokiem. Nie przepadam za grami, które mają takie loki. Aj, tak. Koślawy to trochę. Muszę powiedzieć. Ból nigdy nie przeminie. Czemu ta gra nagle się zaczyna ładować po 5 minut? Wcześniej szybciej się ładowała. No, teraz się sterowniki zresetowały. Coś tu się chrzani. Nie wiem, do kitu ta broń jest. O, ta piłka. To w sumie ma niby tyle samo, a jednak tą pałką jakoś tak... W sumie ta będzie szybsza. I teraz tak, jak to mogę ulepszyć? Aha, nie, to muszę być przy tym stole. No to później. No jak? Ja pierdzielę. Jak to jest, że on wszystko blokuje, a ja nie mogę nic? No. Jakie to jest wszystko, kurwa, nieresponsywne. Tak, już zaczynam rozumieć te pretensje do tej gry odnośnie walki. O. O. Kurde, we dwóch to tak ciężko.
It's locked, all right.
Aby wykradać krew? Aha, czyli ta misja się tak nazywa, po prostu niewłaściwy cel. Okej.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
No proszę, jakieś śledztwo. Otwarta klatka
The
piersiowa.
chest was originally open to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
No piękne. To już wiemy, kogo pierwszego wypijemy. Heh. Oszukista.
Tippett has made an egregious...
Dobra.
It's locked.
Kluczyk. Nie ma kluczyka. Powinno być napisane, dokąd te drzwi prowadzą. Na zewnątrz, do pokoju jakiegoś. Bo jak znowu przypadkiem wyjdę na ulicę, Whoops. The fuck? Kurwa z tą kamerą. Kurde. Da się broń zmienić?
These skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Dam radę.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Enigmatyczna receptura. No, może sobie coś ulepszę. Środek na przeziębienie. Zapalenie oskrzeli, zapalenie płuc. No proszę, możemy coś zrobić? 15. Na zmęczenie mogę zrobić. Aha, mam zrobić, dobra. No tak. Jeszcze jakieś ulepszenie chyba mogłem zrobić. Na przykład tej piły. A, muszę mieć 2 ołowiane płytki. No to innym razem. Już myślałem, że tu ktoś stoi. A to tylko jakaś o! Szmata. No, to tak się będziemy gryźć. Jak przesuwa się tą mapę? What? Fatal error. No i tak. Gdzie to kurde jest? No i znowu fatal error. Zajebiście. Chyba nie mogę oglądać mapy. Przybliżać. Cześć Mifgandi. Co za badziewie, no. Hmm. Mówisz? Nie wiem, nie grałem. Gdzie ona jest, kurde? Ona jest na zewnątrz, tak? Nie pokazuje mi zupełnie tego. Powinny być dwa wskaźniki, jest jeden. Jesteśmy teraz na dole, tak? Dobra, to wyjdę na górę może. Hmm. Nie wiem już. Masakra, ile to się ładuje. No, powinny. What the fuck? Gdzie ona jest? Ja już nie rozumiem. Czemu mi pokazuje... Znaczniki się zbagowały, czy o co chodzi? Na mapie mam znacznik, a na radarze mi go nie pokazuje.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
A month? A year? And you will kindly apologize when you're feeling better.
No tutaj jest. To czemu mi pokazuje na mapie? Że ona jest tutaj? Co?
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
My sweet girl. I'm alright. Reads me like a book. Don't waste your time with me. I never could keep anything from her.
Kupa mówi, że grałeś?
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett in our situation?
No, w sumie ma rację. Każdy lekarz jest na wagę złota. Błąd w sztuce lekarskiej.
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Czyli możemy jeszcze zdobyć kilka wskazówek do niej. W sumie dobrze, że pokazuje, że można zdobyć jakąś wskazówkę. Przynajmniej wiadomo, że jest czego szukać. Gdzie jest ten Korkoran?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Znalazłem twój portfel? A znalazłem?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Dobijmy targu? Jakiego targu?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice,
Aha,
Dr. Reed. A
broń.
reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Zobaczymy, co ma. Co to jest? Co to za śmieci? Strzelba Miltona. Wow. No chyba mnie nie stać. A nie masz płytki, koleś? Mech. Czekaj, czekaj.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Goodbye, Milton. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
A, to jest on.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. a normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
Jak się obudzi któregoś razu z przegryzioną szyją, to... Właśnie, pozwoliłeś jej się ugryźć?
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
Dobra, nic nie mówiłem.
Less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans. And it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Dlaczego? Utracona wskazówka. No i co, już nie mogę tego odzyskać?
Why do you feel responsible?
I wasn't
Why lie about it?
Come on. I don't want to...
No, chyba coś poszło nie tak. Pierwsza nasza ofiara. I co on tak to...
This is how it ends. Farewell, my life. You betrayed me, God.
A i on tak tu będzie leżał? Dzielnica wkrótce odczuje skutki twoich działań. Ciekawe. Ciekawe jak co się stanie. Ale co, nikt się nie domyśli, że to ja? Nie znajdą go? Nie będzie jakiejś afery? Do jakiego celu mi pokazuje? Co jest kurde z tą mapą? A tutaj jest jakiś cel, ja pier... No. A czemu nie pokazuje do tej główki? Jakieś to jest lewe takie. Nie do końca intuicyjne. No to gdzie jest ten lekarz? Nie, to chyba na dole gdzieś. Tylko jak tu zejść? Boję się zaznaczać cokolwiek, bo żeby się znowu nie skraszowało. Bo kliknę i się znowu wywali wszystko. Ja nie rozumiem tego. Wypytaj Korkorana, gdzie on jest. Kto ty jesteś?
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you
Aha, to jest ten.
Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul searching for light.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the Dockers Trade Union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Chłopaki mokrego kalosza?
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
How long?
Well, long enough.
You're right. How is the
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance.
How would you
It's Sue.
Pepper?
Yes?
I have
the rules.
Is he...
Hey.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Z nią gadaliśmy, czy nie? Jeszcze nie, chyba.
Dr. Reed, may I help you?
Nie, gadaliśmy. A nie, jednak nie. Tylko jej pomagałem, no tak.
For how long have you been working here, Nurse Crane?
I first volunteered at the Pembroke in 1911, a few months after Dr. Swansea was appointed.
And before you arrived here?
If you must know, this was my first job.
Well, Dr. Swansea certainly has confidence in your abilities. Are you in charge of the nursing staff?
Not in an official capacity, but the Pembroke doesn't always work above board, so to speak.
How is the duty roster organized?
Everybody works until they can't. If there's time, they'll eat a meal and shed a silent tear.
What about medical protocols?
Dr. Reed, we don't have the money and resources here at the Pembroke like they do in the West End. We do what we can.
What can you tell me about the epidemic, Nurse Crane? I've been out of touch since I've come back to England.
Everyday folk don't know how bad it is. The papers certainly won't tell them. Not as long as the war is raging on, anyway.
News on the front stated that the Spanish flu was under control, at least in Britain.
It seemed to be for a while, but that was only last summer. It returned with a vengeance just over a month ago.
What can you tell me about our patients here at Pembroke?
This hospital was founded to help the East End poor and needy. But since the war and the quarantine, we've had all manner of folk.
Can you be more specific?
Well, veterans, the elderly, dock workers. We even have a few mental patients. If there's space, we take them.
I'll see you later, Nurse Crane. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
I don't know what...
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed.
And what
I served...
Be careful what you...
I only want you to...
This is ridiculous.
You see?
To już nie mogę, dobra.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time, his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
Cześć Mocin, dobry wieczór.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Jak tam pierwsze wrażenie? No, w sumie pozytywne, nie licząc tego, że walka to straszne drewno i że już miałem crash tylko dlatego, że chciałem na mapie zaznaczyć punkt. Już trochę klatki spadają w niektórych miejscach. Tak ogólnie, no, niezła atmosfera. Dialogi naturalne. Przyjemnie się tego słucha. No ale w sumie daleko nie zaszedłem, więc nie wiem nawet jak fabuła.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
No ale dużo jest gadania jednak. Muszę powiedzieć. Bardzo dużo. Gdzie jest ten koleś? Też nie do końca mi się podoba, jak działa tu radar i ta mapa. Wcześniej chyba miałem jakiegoś buga ze znacznikiem. Coś tu się chrzani. W każdym razie nie mogę znaleźć tego doktorka Corcorana Tippetsa. Nie wiem, gdzie on jest. A tak jak mówię, miałem już ten fatal error i boję się kombinować z tą mapą. Kto to jest? A to jest ten. Przed chwilą z nim gadałem, dobra. A gdzie jest ten Tippets?
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
No a tutaj co się dzieje?
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Podpowiedzieć co? Gdzie jest ten Tippets? To ty pamiętasz takie rzeczy? No gdzieś tu pewnie jest. Tylko, że mogłoby to być lepiej skonstruowane z tym radarem, nie? Że pokazuje też cel poboczny, a nie tylko główny. Chyba że to jakoś się da włączyć, bo nie wiem. W sumie ten interfejs nie jest taki specjalnie intuicyjny. No bo tu niby mam wypytać. Nie wiem. Gdzieś to musi być. Tu są oni. To może z nimi najpierw pogadam. A może jednak nie pogadam. No tu mam na ekranie napisane: tym boleśniejszy upadek, wypytaj Korkorana Tipeca. To co, mam zaznaczone czy nie mam? Gdzie to się tu zaznacza? No tak, no śledzę. Teraz przestań śledzić, śledź. No i co? Nie ma na radarze niczego, jest tylko główna misja. I teraz jeszcze po prawej zniknął tytuł questa. Ta gra jest jakaś zbagowana. Teraz się pojawi... O dobra, jest i tytuł i opis. No ale nie, nadal nie wiem gdzie on jest. No to powiedz gdzie on jest. Oszczędzić mi biegania. Na górze? Czy na dole? Wskaźnik pokazuje jakby na dole. Ale nie wiem gdzie jest zejście na dół. Ta strzałeczka pokazuje w dół. Nie wiem już sam. Tutaj byłem już wcześniej. Gdzieś tu cholera musi być. W końcu pracuję w tym szpitalu. Przed szpitalem mówisz. Z tym już gadałem, ale może ma coś nowego do powiedzenia.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
No, wybaczam.
Goodbye, Milton.
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
To jest Tipec?
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
Tylko 1250? To ta pielęgniarka miała 2000?
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
To ja wiem, że to tak działa, ale z pielęgniarką gadałem pierwszy raz i już miała 2000. I tak się zdziwiłem właśnie. Dobra tam.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea, read poetry, and wait for death.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
No i dobra. Zadanie wykonane. Śledztwo.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
Dzięki za pomoc.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
No cóż, przykro mi bardzo, ale twój ukochany już nie żyje. A gdzie ja tu mogę się przespać? Gdzieś tu był mój gabinet, nie? Gdzie on był? Trzeba wydać te 2000 punktów, kurde. Co by tutaj teraz... Myślę, że chyba najlepiej będzie wzmocnić postać. A później iść w te wszystkie jakieś moce. To też się może przydać, unieruchomienie. Dwa tysiące. Będziemy groźnym wampirem gryzącym. Dobra, wystarczy. Ważne wydarzenia w dzielnicy. No tak, bo przecież wyssałem tamtego. Ciekawe, co się stanie. Jeśli status zdrowia dzielnicy spadnie poniżej krytycznego poziomu, zapanuje w niej chaos. To ty decydujesz o losie dzielnicy. A co się dzieje, jak panuje tam chaos? No patrz, 3750 za tą Branagan. Ale za to ja wyglądam coraz gorzej.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Serio? Nikogo nie zeżarłeś? Coś ciebie za wampir. Dobra, tą sprawę to już znamy. Czyli co, wszystko tutaj? Wszystko. A ja ich tu zeżrę wszystkich. I zobaczymy, jak wygląda chaos w mieście. A tam achievement. Ciekaw jestem, jak się właśnie gra będzie zmieniała. Ma być walka coraz trudniejsza. Ciekawe jak będzie utrudniana. I co właśnie znaczy ten chaos? Kodeina.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Ach, co to za list w ogóle jest? Jasne, w fabryce zawsze znajdzie się praca, ale płacą tu gównianie, a samo zajęcie zdaje się nudne jak dzień bez chędożonka. A właśnie, mam nowego narzeczonego i nie jestem puszczalska, ty świętoszkowata pindo. Do kogo to jest list? Pip. A to do tej pipy. W snajperze się namęczyłem? To czysta przyjemność była. Nie no, to przecież ja rozumiem. Nie musisz mi tłumaczyć i przypominać. Tylko, że wiesz, no. Chcę zobaczyć po prostu właśnie, jak gra została zaprojektowana. Achievementy można później robić.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me...
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our constitution.
Dr. Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate? He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
We both are afflicted with a thirst for blood, Lady Ashbury.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Szczur w szpitalu. A jak zwiększyć poziom hipnotyzmu? Mocin, wiesz coś na ten temat?
What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse, or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
So many deaths.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Dokładnie. Okropne są takie babsztyle. Taka nadęta, nie? Ale spokojnie. Prędzej czy później ją wypijemy.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Na koniec rozdziału się zwiększa dopiero? Kurde.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
But you're doing something important here. For all the patients who need your help.
We save lives, sure. Each time we send a cured patient home, it's a relief beyond words. But since the epidemic, I feel so powerless.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, Any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
Starą prókwą. Piękne określenie. Dokładnie opisuje taką babę. Stara prókwa.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess.
To czemu to się dalej świeci?
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Stary babiszon. Czy małpiszon to było? Mi się wydaje, że babiszon. No to jest ona.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Dobra. Jeszcze jedna. Ale ona jest gdzieś poza szpitalem, tak?
Simpletons, these nurses.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. As long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe only the strongest will survive in these dark times.
If there must be only one, in the end, make no mistake, I'll be the winner.
Spokojnie, spokojnie, wszystko w swoim czasie, trochę go podleczymy, będzie więcej warty.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
Mokrego kalosza, co to za nazwa w ogóle? No, trochę skruszeje do tego czasu.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in the hospital?
Blackmail? That's not my style. Too risky. The black market, though. Now that's where the money is.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
You've dodged death so many times. Oswald, you can't just die like this.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Uratuj oprycha w kanałach. Babiszon suchej gałęzi. Ale dlaczego? Dlatego, że ją tam się powiesi, czy dlatego, że jest przy okazji małpiszonem? Właśnie, muszę broń ulepszyć. Mocin, czy to się tak powinno długo ładować? Czy coś tu jest nie tak? Dobra, tu jest pewnie trochę walki, więc chwilę przerwy zrobię sobie i zaraz wrócę. No, jestem. W swoim czasie będzie miała wizytę. Tylko najpierw oprycha uratujemy. Co tam się dzieje? Ergotamina? Kodeina? Tu pewnie będzie jakiś boss. Uwaga.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Jaki człowiek? Kto? Oho. Easy peasy. Kurde, nie ma miejsca. No, muszę. Kurde. Jest to jakaś kontra w ogóle? Jakieś bronienie się? A właśnie, przecież mam tą czwórkę jeszcze teraz. Aha. Muszę zwiększyć, muszę sobie trochę doświadczenia zebrać. Co tam się dzieje? Om nom 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 nom. Dobra, cicho tam.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
All right, Mr. Thatcher, you're safe now. Do you think you can reach the street by yourself?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Hmm. 350 tylko. No ale ja nie mam chyba tego teraz, nie? A ocalimy go jak na razie. Zwiększy mu się trochę jakość krwi, to wtedy go zjemy. Ta gra to jest w sumie taka trochę kalka Pathologic. Tam też był taki świat w zarazie, gdzie konsekwencje były bardzo odczuwalne i właśnie można było ratować ludzi albo ich zabijać. Nie, nie chciałem szczura, ale dobra. O kurde, bestia z kanałów. Co to jest?
What sort of creature is this?
Kurde. To chyba na niego nie działa, tak? Kurde. Ach. A, kurde. Nie. Kurwa. A już tak blisko było. Trochę nieresponsywne te uniki są. A no muszę. Coś tu się dziwnego z tym ładowaniem dzieje. To co, próbujemy jeszcze raz? Sama się zapisuje. W ogóle nakładka Steam się tak jakby od nowa wczytuje, więc tak jakby się coś crashowało i ładowało jeszcze raz. Problem jest taki, że wtedy zaczynałem z pełną krwią, a teraz nie mam tej krwi. Więc może być trudno.
What sort of creature is this?
Ach, kurde, z tą staminą. Muszę zainwestować. Ach, tak macha tymi łapami. Kurde.
Here's what's left of him.
Greedy.
Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
Tak. A. Co to jest? Jeśli czujesz się chory, jeśli nie masz pieniędzy, kimkolwiek jesteś, skądkolwiek pochodzisz, poproś o pomoc z Dorotę.
Some voucher for a free check-up in Wieczór. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Nic tu więcej nie ma. A, nie było tak trudno. Muszę tą staminę poćwiczyć. Dobry szczurek. No. Co tu się dzieje? Czy ja dobrze idę? Za każdym razem jak się ładuje, to się nakładka Steam resetuje. Coś tu się musi nie tak ładować jak trzeba.
Please, I feel sick. Get over here now. Hey, Doc.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Still standing after this epidemic. Reason to get round.
Przydałaby się tutaj minimapa. Żeby nie musieć co chwilę na tą mapę patrzeć. Kurde. Ocie, 18 poziom. No chyba nie. Nie no, nie dałbym rady, nie. Ci też mają 12, kurde. Czyli muszę kogoś zeżreć. Nie ma siły. Kurde, jakie tu spadki klatek są. No biegnij, żeż ta postać czasem, ja pierdzielę. No, teraz to już mam przez sranę. No przecież nie mam szans z nimi. Za dużo ich. Jakby to było dwóch. Oni się będą ze sobą bili? Co? Jaka notatka? No przecież... Co za bzdura. Ja muszę coś z tymi klatkami zrobić, bo to nie jest przyjemne. No i dobra. Zabili tamtego? 18 poziom? Chyba tak. No i dobra. Jakieś dziecko tutaj. Zapominam, że mam przecież ten... A, tu kryjówka jest. O, to dobrze, przyda się. Właśnie się zastanawiałem, że przydałoby się pójść przespać. Cześć Dangus. Dobry wieczór. A to późno przyszedłeś, kurde. Co by tutaj, trzeba tu wytrzymałość, nie? Co tam, Dangus? Skończyłeś grać właśnie? A w co grałeś? 1000 nie mam. Dobra. A, w talizmana, no to wiem. Czyli co, nic się nie zmieniło, bo w sumie nic złego nie zrobiłem. Ulepszenie, czy ja mogę jakąś broń ulepszyć? Co ja tu mogę zrobić? No kurde, nie mam tej ołowianej płytki. Ale kołek mogę. Dobra. To przynajmniej kołek mam ulepszony. Ach, już nie mam kodeiny, kurde. No właśnie, przecież ja mogę to serum robić. To serum. Może się wszystko kiedyś przyda. Ten input track. Ciekawe jak to będzie właśnie wyglądało, że oni będą mieli coraz wyższe poziomy? Jak ja będę zabijał? Co jest? Powinna być informacja, gdzie się, do jakiego pomieszczenia się wchodzi. To co, dalej chętni jesteście na GTA jutro? Czy dzisiaj? A zwłaszcza Dangus? Bo Mocin to wiem. Porzucona nieruchomość. Dwie strzałki. A?
I cannot enter.
To nie zauważyłem. No tak Darek mówił. Kurde. Wow. Cholerne dziury. O nie, 14 poziom. No dobra. A co byście chcieli zagrać? Jakiegoś hejsta? Czy co? A jeśli tak, to którego? Jakie odgłosy tam w ogóle. Jakby ktoś kubek z KFC jadł. Co? To skąd te odgłosy były? To on jadł kubek? No. Póki co wszystko się przyda. Wiesz, czasem to jest dobre, jak jeden wróg nagle się zatrzymuje, chociaż na kilka sekund.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
$350 mech. A mogę mu...
Safety is...
Nie mogę mu dać tego? Jak to się daje? Bo mam chyba ten środek, nie? Środek na przeziębienie. To jak mogę mu dać?
You had better return to Whitechapel without delay. It will be safer there.
Nie mogę. Mogę go zahipnotyzować i mu dać środek? Aha, dopiero wtedy. Dobra, to idź pan. No i znowu te odgłosy. What the fuck? Ja bym myślał nad na przykład jakimś starym hejstem. Jak już jest nas 4, to warto skorzystać. Czy co, nie ma tu nic więcej? Oprócz nich? No, kubełek zjadł. Kurde, jaka akcja w ogóle. No dawaj koleś. Elegancko. Co tu jeszcze ciekawego? Petycja. Pora powstrzymać pana Batesa. Ten odgłos jedzenia szczura jest bezbłędny. Poszukam czegoś na temat tych długich loadingów. Może coś trzeba zrobić. Może na AMD jest jakiś problem. To dziwna historia.
It's locked, all right.
Come and face your final fate.
O kurde. Co ta gra oszalała? Nie, na SSD jest normalnie właśnie, więc nie wiem, dziwna historia. No i dobra. Ktoś jeszcze? Gdzie to dziecko tu płacze? Kto się tam tak wydziera? Ja słyszałem kota. Żółtociup. 17 poziom. Co to za pierdziawka? No słyszę jakąś babę, ale baby nie widzę. No i muszę powiedzieć, że w tych uliczkach tutaj niezły klimacik. Wow, a to co to za magik, kurde? Czy jakiś papież? Co w ogóle z krucyfiksem? Kto to jest? Wielebny Kane. No rusz się, co ta postać? Kurde, jak wielebny wybija tą laską. Wywija. Chociaż wybija też zęby na przykład. Dobry by był screenshot, jak on tak stoi w tym tunelu z tą lagą. Czemu on mnie nie goni? No chodź, co on dalej nie pójdzie? Zakazana ziemia, czy jak? Zostaw mnie, ty kurde napaleńcu, ty. No, 15 poziom. A tego wielebnego trzeba zaciukać. No. Cholera jasna. Jakieś granaty, pistolety. Wolałbym, jakby była broń biała tylko. A, dobry wielebny. No gin już.
This man saved me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Pięknie. Zjedzony. Kurde. No i dobra. Gdzie ja w ogóle mam iść? Chyba trochę odbiegłem od celu. O kurde. Nie. O cholera. Nie no, jeszcze z nim samym to mam szansę, ale w trójką nie. No, jeszcze tylko ich brakowało.
Monster!
No, ale się blokuje to wszystko. No. Spokój na dzielnicy będzie, kurde. Ale tu ładnie. Da się jakoś schować chat? Nie da się.
I'd step back, sir. Are you deaf? It's one of them! It's a leech! Christ, he's dead!
Ten ma jakąś rękę osłoniętą. Kurde. Ale mało życia zajmuje ten cios jeden, gdzie zabiera. 28. Ta broń się niszczy, czy jak? Trochę męczące. No. Mini boss. Dobra, ale gdzie jest mój cel?
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Śrubka. Śrubki się przydadzą. Ciekawe, czy mam tu płytkę w końcu. Już dawno bym ulepszył broń, jakbym znalazł tą jedną pieprzoną płytkę.
What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Napadzie mówisz lepiej? No, to spróbuję w sumie. Ale może jutro.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just failed me last nerve.
No, wygodna wymówka.
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
No, jak na razie tylko jeden sklepik spotkałem w ogóle. Więc nie wiem, gdzie miałbym kupić. 62 metry. A, tu jest kryjówka.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods. It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit. To not hear the explosions. I'm even scared of the dark these days.
No, coraz smaczniejszy się robi. Jeszcze jedna wskazówka.
A gun, alcohol, and...
Kurde, jakie mam oczy. Okropne.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Co to za saturator? Co nas sprzedaje?
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
1500. No ale za dobra dla nas. O, ma sklepik.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
No ale nie ma płytek. Opium ma za to. Coś mi się tu przyda? Już mam 3 owiane płytki. O! Krzyżyk Tomasa. Czyli mogę już zrobić upgrade. Dobrze. Zaraz pójdę do kryjówki.
My dear colleague.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
No, dlatego nic nie kupiłem, bo tyle rzeczy znajduję, że szkoda kupować. Teraz gdzie jest kryjówka? Gdzieś tu niby obok. Nie, tu kurde, tam? Tu na dół? Dead Inside. Prawie jak w Walking Dead. Aha, czyli te strzałeczki pokazują, że będzie loading, tak. Okej. Trochę to upierdliwe z tymi loadingami. Normalnie powrót do lat 90. Wygląda tak, jakby się coś zawiesiło przez 20-30 sekund i nagle się odwieszało i ładowało dalej. I co, to jest ta kryjówka? No ale nie kłamali, faktycznie martwi w środku. Aha. No, w końcu. O, przyjmij punkty krwi po trafieniu, to jest dobre. I teraz potrzebujemy 4 ołowiane płytki. Przydałby się guzik przetwórz wszystko. Naprawdę przydałby się. Chyba, że jest jakiś sposób na to. Tak. W Wiedźminie 1 to pamiętam nawet Kryln opowiadał, że nie przeszedł tej gry, bo się u niego nowe obszary ładowały pół godziny, a tam co chwilę się ładował obszar, bo każdy domek to był obszar. Ale tutaj ewidentnie coś się zawiesza. Czyli co, wszystko, tak? Możemy iść spać. Trzeba pójść w to gryzienie. Trzeba też w końcu kupić jakiś czar ostateczny. Czar, umiejętność. Aha, muszę przytrzymać. Nie, poszukam, bo może jest jakiś taki po prostu błąd w tej grze. Jakieś proste rozwiązanie tego. No ale poza tym to trzeba już powoli kończyć. No, kurde. Ale mnie żrą. Jeszcze w pojedynkę można walczyć, ale w kilka osób to już jest masakra. No, jeszcze jak się blokuje ta postać, dajcie spokój. No i ta muzyka adekwatna. Nie lubię z nimi walczyć. Już wolę z tymi ludźmi strzelającymi. No i strasznie ciasno i ta postać się blokuje. Oni jeszcze skaczą. Zaraz mnie zabiją. Czemu to nie działa? No, nie da się tu walczyć. No, jeden cios i leż. Przekichane, jak cię tak zapędzał w kozi róg. Nie ma jak stamtąd uciec. I znowu to ładowanie. To jest dobra motywacja, żeby nie ginąć. Jakby to zrobić? Mocno biją strasznie. Jeden cios i pół życia, kurde, nie mam. 2,14 poziomy. No. Jak się przed tym bronić? No kurde. Ja pier... Tego jednego chciałbym zabić, to przyłazi ciągle ten drugi. Fajne hitboxy tu są, nie? No w końcu. No, dziękuję. Coś tu mam do zbadania. Niby miałem. Co się z tym stało? Gdzie ja w ogóle miałem iść? Ale przynajmniej można przeczytać tipsy. Bo najgorzej, jak ci się ładuje za szybko i nie zdążysz przeczytać porady. Szczury! Nam, 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 nam. Dostałem osiągnięcie deratyzacja. W pełni zasłużone.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
It's time to see if this Christina is still working nearby.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates, Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance, Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say a live tenant's a paying tenant.
To trzymaj się tam, Gus. Dzięki za wizytę. Dobrej nocy. W sumie ja też, kurde, muszę iść zaraz.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane. She's a nurse. What can you tell me about her?
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
Skórkowańce. Ciekawe tłumaczenie. A no, odpychająca kreatura. Ale mało doświadczenia, więc... Chociaż...
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
If I were entering into the world of street medicine, it would be on my terms and without such dubious associates as yourself, Mr. Bates.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swamborough shit.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. It made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
Sir, I wish I had found you a few nights later than I did. Or maybe never at all. Death would have been a well-deserved punishment for your villainy.
Yeah, but you saved me, didn't you? And you do it again, because you're a decent chap. Just know I'm not.
Take this as my final warning. You will not profit from the misery of others. Business is one thing, but what you do is quite another.
Really? What you gonna do? You ain't from here. You ain't Whitechapel, Doctor. You wouldn't know the first thing about playing dirty, even if you wanted to.
No, chyba trzeba go wyleczyć. Upuścić mu krwi profilaktycznie.
I'm looking for
Dorothy Crane. Bless.
Tell me truthfully, why are you so thankful?
By keeping my tenants alive, she's making me a rich man. Every month they live, it's more coin in my pocket.
No nie. To jeszcze większa szuja. $700 doświadczenia. No ale nie mogę mu dać lekarstwa. Gdzie była taka opcja? Dobra tam.
Was I that evil to deserve such punishment? My only regret is that no one will mourn me. For I have never been loved.
200 szylingów. A ktoś znajduje ich ciała? Jest jakaś później afera związana z tym? Bo tak się zastanawiałem, bo tego pacjenta jednego w szpitalu. Tam zostawiłem po prostu w sali. I nie wiem, czy tam leży dalej, czy co. A muzyka jest świetna w tej grze. Jak ja tam mam przyjść?
It's locked.
Teraz w ogóle cel zniknął.
As long as you have the money.
Co jest kurde z tym znacznikiem? Przed chwilą zniknął.
Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough Court.
There's no one in.
No ale właśnie... Właśnie nie mogę. A teraz mogę nagle? Jak to działa?
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be from Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Dobra. Ja myślę, że to będzie dobry moment, żeby zakończyć na dzisiaj. Jak zacznę z nimi gadać, to pewnie to potrwa jeszcze. Już jest prawie druga. On coś sprzedaje?
Welcome, sir. Please take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Right then. Show me what you have.
Nie, dobra, nie będę z nim teraz też gadał. Można to jakoś zapisać, czy co? Czy się samo zapisze? No, muszę powiedzieć, że dobrze się bawiłem. Całkiem niezła gierka. Trochę niedorobione, ale tak poza tym to niezła. Tylko już rozumiem, czemu ludziom się niektórym nie podoba. Jest bardzo specyficzna, mocno przegadana, nie? Taka poważna. Na pewno dużo ludzi znajduje temat takiego szpitala za nudny. Jakaś zaraza, nie? Trzeba się wczuć. Jakby ta walka była lepsza, to naprawdę by niezła pozycja z tego była. No, to dzięki wszystkim za odwiedziny i za uwagę. Dalszy ciąg Vampyra pewnie dopiero w niedzielę. No nie jest zła. Jest ambitna, ale taka widać, że trochę nie mieli wprawy i pewnie trochę środków, żeby zrobić coś większego, nie? Otóż to nie jest taka bezmyślna, nie? Tylko jest jakieś właśnie takie dochodzenie. Można naprawdę sporo pogadać. No, to dzięki raz jeszcze. Trzymajcie się. Dobranoc.